Benj Cohen is the founder and CEO of Proton AI, the leading AI-powered CRM for distributors. His mission is to help distributors sell smarter and grow faster. Benj's journey started at Benco Dental, his family's distribution business that was founded in 1930. With a deep understanding of distributors' needs, he founded Proton AI while studying data science at Harvard. A recognized voice on AI and modern sales and distribution, Benj has been featured in MDM, DSG, and Industrial Supply magazine. And in 2022, his company secured a $20 million Series A led by Felicius Ventures. The following year, he became the first leader in distribution to earn a spot on Forbes 30 Under 30. With that, Benj Cohen.
Awesome. Thanks, Brian. Thanks for having me. Super excited to be here with everyone. Since this is a Zoom meeting or Teams meeting instead of a webinar, I want to try to make it as interactive with questions sort of as we go as possible. So just give you guys a quick intro on me and then the agenda, and then want to say if you've got a question, just go off mute and holler it out, and I'll pause at a couple points during the presentation to be able to answer them too. So super excited to be here. As Brian shared, I'm the founder and CEO at Proton AI. Today, the focus is talking about how to leverage AI in your distribution business. And for me, it's personal. I grew up my family's dental distribution business. So we sell dental supplies to dentists all across the US. Growing up in that business, got to walk around the warehouse as a little kid. But most importantly to this conversation, I spent a lot of time co-traveling with sales reps selling dental supplies. So I got to learn a lot about how distributors actually go to market and the importance of sales in a distribution business. And that was really the inspiration for me to start my company, which is really focused on helping distributors best leverage AI in a bunch of different areas, sales and marketing being one of them. So my goal today is really, by the time you leave, to have for everyone to walk away with a concrete idea about where they could start using AI, where you could start using AI in your business. So with that, the agenda for today, we'll cover three things. The first is we're going to talk about the data problem that exists in distribution, and really the opportunity for AI to take advantage of all of the data that we have as distributors. The second thing is we're going to do sort of AI 101, which is what you got to know about AI today. Sort of what are the different types of AI? How do they work? And people have questions about sort of like recent AI news or things you're hearing about. We can talk about that too. And then finally, talk about sort of concrete use cases that are working for other distributors today of how to use AI to turn your data into more revenue. So that's the plan. I'll pause sort of at the end of each section for questions, but also feel free to shout them out. So getting started, the data problem. So if we were in person, I would say raise your hand if your sort of tech stack or set of systems looks something like this. Like as distributors, we've got a green screen ERP, maybe a web UI ERP, and then like 25 other systems that have various pieces of data about our business. We've got an ERP system, we've got a CRM system, we've got an e-commerce system, we've got a BI tool, we've got a product information management system. Some distributors we work with have even more than that. But basically, we've got a bunch of different systems that all hold data about our business, but they're not all connected together right now. So we've got all this data, but they're not integrated, and they don't talk to each other very well. So most of the distributors that we talk to, the ERP knows what's been ordered. The CRM may not be connected to that system. It has a list of our customers, but doesn't really know about what they're buying. And then customers are browsing online, and that data doesn't get back into the CRM system, doesn't get back into the ERP. So you get the picture. Basically, we've got all this data, but none of it's kind of connected and working together. And this creates problems that matter to our P&L as distributors, right? So we end up, having excess inventory because our sales systems, like our CRM, doesn't talk seamlessly to our inventory system, which usually lives in an ERP, or maybe you have a forecasting system. And so we end up sort of getting a mismatch. Or our e-commerce revenue isn't as good as it could be because the ERP system can't sort of store all the product data that we need, or the e-commerce system is not as personalized as it could be because the data to personalize the experience lives in the ERP system. Or we have a really high cost to serve our customers because when a customer calls in, they're talking to a customer service rep who only has context of what happened in the ERP system, and so they can only solve a subset of the problems. They call the outside salesperson. The outside salesperson has to call the inside salesperson. We have things like lost sales. Our field salespeople, they look in the BI system. They can see some data, but we don't know what that customer should be buying. They're not buying. And we have things like customer churn from this as well. So we've got all these different tools that have all this different information. Uh-oh. Dennis, you had a question? All right, I think maybe you meant to be muted. Okay. So the point is, we've got all this different data. It's not really connected together, and it has a meaningful impact on our business in many ways. And so the real problem is that we have a lot of data, but it's not connected together. So we have customer data, we have product data, we have transaction data, we have purchasing data, we have rebate data, we have pricing data. And historically, it's been all disconnected, and that sort of has this impact. And so the good news here is that we finally have the tools to actually connect all this data together. And so that's really what we're going to be talking about today, is how you can use AI to take full advantage of all the data that you've collected that today is siloed, that is impacting the P&L in various different ways, and be able to sort of pull that all together and have AI operate on top of all of the data that's spread across your business and take full advantage of it. So that's really the opportunity here, is to leverage AI on top of the data that you have and help use AI to actually connect the dots between these different silos across the business. Okay, so that's sort of the data problem at a high level. I want to talk a little bit about AI 101, what you should know about AI today. So there are 3 types of AI that matter today, and you've probably used at least 2 of these in your daily life. So the first one is large language models. So this is ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, all of the sort of like off-the-shelf consumer models that probably everyone here has used in some form or another. The second is predictive analytics. So this is AI that analyzes historical patterns and predicts what will come next. So a classic example of this is Netflix. So when you go on Netflix and they make recommendations about what you should want to watch next, they are looking at your historical viewing patterns, looking at your demographic data, looking at what other people like you have watched and enjoyed, and then making some kind of recommendation or a prediction about what you might be interested in watching next. And the third is AI agents, which probably at this point everyone's heard about AI agents, but it may not be clear fully exactly what they do. The way that you can think about agents, and we'll get into this in just a second, is that agents actually do work autonomously for you. So while an LLM is like, I ask it a question like, write me a poem about pirates crossing the Atlantic Ocean, we get an answer. AI agents will sort of take a workflow from start to finish. So read my inbox, find out that these 6 emails are quote requests for quotes, and then create the quote for me. So that's sort of what agents are doing. So I'm going to go through each type and give you some examples of how you might use it, and then we'll talk about some distribution specific examples. Okay, so large language models are the first one. Everyone here has used ChatGPT. I'm certain of it. Common use cases here are, drafting sales and marketing emails, writing product descriptions, summarizing meeting notes. The way that these models work, I think it's important for people to understand, is basically the companies that are training these models are scraping the web for all the text data they can possibly get their hands on. And now it's more sophisticated in that they're using more data. But the basic format is I'm going to scrape the internet, find all the text I can possibly get my hands on, and then I'm going to train an AI model that predicts the next word. So that's all these models are doing. They are predicting the next word in a sequence. So when you ask it a question, it is predicting what is the next word that comes in the sequence. The reason why that's important to understand is that because of the way these models work, they're really good at some things and really not so good at other things. So like if you guys have seen the example, like how many R's are in the word strawberry, if you ask ChatGPT that question like a year ago, it would give you the wrong answer. And it's just because it's just trying to predict the next word. It's not actually counting the letters in the word strawberry. It's just predicting what the next word in the sequence should be. Turns out that if you do that and you train enough data, they can seem really, really, really smart and be really, really pretty amazing. But that's sort of important context around how these things work. And so that gets into the sort of pros and cons of using these models. The pro of using LLMs, and Brian, you talked about a use case at the start of using this to identify prospects or using this to write personalized emails to people. Great. The pros of these models are they're really easy to start with. You just go online and sign up. They're very cost effective. They're super cheap. I mean, you can buy the paid version of ChatGPT for like $29 a month. It's really cheap. And they're simple to learn. You type in a box, you ask it something, it gets back to you. It's very easy to understand what's happening, how it's working, etc. The cons are really three things. One is data privacy concerns. So a lot of people get very anxious about using LLMs because they're worried that any data you put into it can be used for training. That's certainly true if you're not paying. Like if you are using a free version of one of these LLMs, they are definitely taking your data and happily training models on top of it. So if you're paying, that obviously reduces the risk of that. And if you have the right settings in place, you're able to prevent them from training on your data. And that's certainly true when you sort of get enterprise plans for any of these tools. The second concern is that they can hallucinate, and that's very related to they need context to give you good output. So hallucinations are basically the models making stuff up. And I feel like probably you guys have read about the stories about lawyers using ChatGPT to draft briefs and having fake citations of cases that have happened but never actually happened. So because these models are predicting the next word, if they don't have the right context, they can make things up. And we'll talk about how to solve for this, but the way to think about LLMs is that they're like very eager and diligent people, and they just want to give you an answer that you're happy with. And so in their effort to do that, they sometimes just have to make something up because you've asked them to do something they can't do because they don't have the context to do it, and so they just make it up. So like if you asked, and now they're better, but maybe a year ago, if you had asked ChatGPT, how much did this customer buy from me, 6 months ago or something like that, there's a chance that it would just make up a number. And obviously it doesn't know that number because it's not integrated to your ERP system. It just makes it up. So without the right context, you can end up with a lot of hallucinations. So I'll pause here. Questions on sort of large language models? Okay. All right, great. So the second bucket of AI models that you got to understand are predictive analytics and machine learning models. So this is AI that predicts a future trend based on historical data. So examples of this are in distribution, very common would be things like demand forecasting. Taking my historical demand, my historical sell-through data, and using that to predict how much of a specific item I need in a specific location at a specific time. Using it for dynamic pricing, predicting how much what is this customer's willingness to pay. Well, I'm going to look at historical willingness to pay and make some prediction there. Or things like predicting wallet share growth. Like, okay, this customer, we think they should be spending $200,000 more in this category, because we've studied other customers that are like this customer, how much they've spent in the past, and we're sort of applying that historical picture onto the future. These models are really, really, really powerful, and they can do things that large language models cannot do. So if you just paste in your transaction data to ChatGPT, it's not going to do a great job of forecasting what your inventory should be by location. You're going to be much better off using a predictive analytics model, which is optimized for taking in large tabular data like that lives in an ERP or a CRM and training a model on some past patterns to make that happen. And again, these are the kinds of models that are powering Netflix. When you go on Amazon and are seeing recommendations like, hey, you might like this because it goes with the product you're buying, that's all predictive analytics. And by the way, for Amazon, that's about a third of their e-commerce revenue comes from product recommendations. So these models work very, very, very well. They work at scale. They've been around for a long time, and they're very effective. So to give you kind of a sense of the pros and cons here, the pros of these models are that they can reveal these hidden patterns. So, hey, it looks like there's this sub-segment of customers that should, that spend a lot of money in this category that no one's really thought about as a segment of our business, but really is an important segment. And we've identified that by analyzing all the data, and sort of they can reveal those patterns. These models also have very broad applications. Anywhere you have tabular data in your business, you can probably use a predictive model to figure out, predict some future outcome if you have the data on what has happened in the past. And the third thing is they do learn and improve over time. So as you get more data, these things get better. So I'll give you an example. In our business, we help customers deploy a lot of recommendation systems. So figuring out what a customer should be buying, they're not buying, what a customer should repurchase. As we get more data about what a sales rep talked to a customer about, what that customer actually bought, we can train the model so it gets smarter and smarter and smarter over time. The cons of these models are that they require decently clean data. What do I mean by that? An LLM like ChatGPT, I'm sure you guys have all had this experience. You can just like copy paste random crap from the internet and just paste it in, and it just works. These kind of predictive models, they're a little more sensitive to that. They need tabular data for the most part, that's sort of organized, that's sort of standardized in some way. The good news for distributors is, as I mentioned at the start, we've got a lot of this data in our business. We've got the ERP system for sure, a CRM system, a product information management system that all has, in most cases, clean enough data to get something done. The second con is that they do require more setup and more integration. ChatGPT, you just go online and sign up. If you want a thing that's going to forecast your inventory, you cannot just go sign up online and pay $29 and get it to work. It's more complicated. You have to have the right data, the whole thing. And the final thing is that predictions are just not guarantees, which is true for any AI application. But I think this is important to keep in mind. One of the things that a challenge that we had in the beginning of COVID, for those who remember COVID, it feels like it was forever ago. But COVID, like everyone's business went crazy. Like it went to zero. Then it was like the best year we ever had. Then it was back to zero. Then it was so because fortunately that was the only pandemic that has happened in the last 20 years of data that we had from our customers. There's no way. It was very difficult for us at first to sort of understand what was going on, and so some of our predictions were a little off. And so eventually the models sort of adjust and learn and understand what's going on, but predictions are not guarantees. And the good news is most things in our business as distributors are pretty forecastable and pretty predictable if you have the right data. So I'll pause here. Questions on predictive analytics and machine learning? Okay, great. So the last set of sort of AI that you got to understand are AI agents. And in my opinion, AI agents are by far will be by far the most impactful technology in our generation. Like this is it. Like agents are, in my opinion, the most important thing that's going to happen at least in our world and distribution for the next, and probably sort of the world at large for the next 5 or 10 years. This is the most important piece of technology in my view. So what are AI agents? It's a lot of hype. Haven't said what they are. So AI agents are large language model. A good way to think about them is large language models. So think ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, etc. Plus a set of tools. So what are tools? Tools are the ability to do something in a system. So for example, you could have a tool that creates a calendar invite. You could have a tool that reads your email, sends an email, reads a document, creates a document. You could have a tool that updates the CRM. You could have a tool that searches the order history. So you can think of a tool as anything you do on your computer. You could make a tool for that and give it to an agent. So how these things work is basically you tell the agent, like a simple example would be create a calendar invite on Friday to meet with this person. The large language model says, in its prediction of its next token, says, okay, cool, I have a tool for creating a calendar invite, so I know I need to use that tool. And I know that tool requires me to have a person I'm inviting to this thing, a time and a place. I've got those from the input, so now I'm going to use that tool to go create that calendar invite. And then once it does that, it's going to come back and say, hey, I did the thing you asked me to do. The nice thing about these agents with tools, if you have very well designed and well crafted tools, is you can give the large language models the context they need to be smarter. So in the beginning, when we were talking about large language models, one of the challenges is they make stuff up. Well, if you give them tools to access the information that they need to answer your question, then they make things up at a much lower rate than they do if you don't give them that information. So really, large language models plus tools are a big unlock for solving for the problems that you have with large language models without tools. The cool thing about agents are that I get in that example that I gave, that's just one tool, creating a calendar invite. What we do at Proton and what we do for our customers and what we do internally is we have agents that have hundreds of tools, in some cases thousands of tools, and we give them very complicated sets of instructions, like we just got a support ticket. Handle it. It needs to understand who the customer is. It needs to understand what they're asking. It needs to understand the product. It needs to update the different systems that are touching the customer. It needs to get back to the customer. But all of that can be done with an agent because it has a large language model that's kind of the brain behind it, and it has the tools to be able to accomplish the task. So a bunch of use cases here, and we'll get into these in more detail. You can use these agents to prepare for calls. You can use these agents to enhance your product data. So ChatGPT is great if you say, write me a product description. It's not so great if you say, here are the 100,000 products we have in our catalog. Figure out a taxonomy that makes sense for them, figure out all the attributes and how to standardize all the attributes, go research all the products and find all the attributes, then make sure they're all standard, and then load those into all the various systems they need to be loaded into. ChatGPT is great, it can't do that. But agents with the right tools can accomplish that task. Using these agents to respond to RFQs. So, customer says, hey, here's a 5,000 items I'm buying from your competitor. Get me a quote on these 5,000 items. An agent can do the same work that a human would do to respond to that. Or even things like processing orders. Someone emails you saying, I want to place an order for these 5 things, going and creating that order. So you can think about agents as being able to do anything a person can do on a computer, but done by an agent. So you can imagine there's pretty significant implications for agents on what it means for the future of work and the future of what our jobs all look like. I know at our company things are changing rapidly and it's been amazing, and we've seen the same thing at the customers that we work with. So I'll pause here on agents. Questions on this, then I'm going to get into this in a little bit more detail. All right, either my explanation of agents
Well,
Was amazing
so
or terrible? I can't tell.
so how do you get the agent and what uh, obviously it feels like the agent has to cost way more money than the other tools.
So agent the agent costs more money in the sense that it uses more compute to do the job. So, when you ask ChatGPT a question and it gives you an answer, it's not really that many tokens. Like this is how all this stuff is measured in tokens. You probably heard about, how are there enough tokens, whatever. So, you ask it some question, it gives you some answer. It's not that many tokens. If you think about the use cases that we've got where these agents are running for a long time, we've agents running 20, 30, 40 minutes, an hour. It's doing that same job over and over and over and over and over again with going back and forth with the large language models. That's the thing that makes it more expensive. But what we're finding and what our customers are finding is that agents are replacing human labor and they're way cheaper than human labor. So basically,
Sure.
it's more expensive than ChatGPT, but less expensive than a person. And in many cases, it's faster, cheaper, and better than a person. So, basically that's sort of where it fits in on the cost continuum. Other questions on this? Awesome.
Hey,
So I
Vince, there
think,
was a question in the chat there.
oh, there is. I can't see the chat. Okay, hold on. Are there different considerations or precautions necessary for data security for LLMs versus agents? Yeah, it's a good question. So, as a general rule of thumb on the data security piece, it should be there's a lot of like, oh my God, everyone's using my data to train stuff. Uh, there's a pretty simple set of rules you can follow to not get messed up. The first one is if it's free, they are using your data to train their stuff. So just only use stuff you are paying for and make sure that you ask and or change the settings of that system to make sure they're not training on your stuff. So like, for example, you work with our company, we don't train on anyone's data. So like there's no concern. The second thing is, uh, um, oh my God, I totally lost my train of thought. So you got to make sure you're paying for it. What was the second thing? My goodness. Um, oh, sorry, of course. The second thing is just you got to make sure they have the right security certification. So a good one to ask for is SOC 2 Type 2. If someone is SOC 2 Type 2 compliant, it means they have to have passed certain security audits and stuff like that. That's less about them training on your data and more about do they have the right precautions in place to make sure that your data that they do have is safe. That's also important. So it's worth asking: are you SOC 2 Type 2 compliant? And if they're good, they should have that, and they should be able to give you information about their security posture and all that stuff. One of the main issues with AI now, and I'm sure people have heard about this Mythos model from Anthropic, is the cyber threats are much worse today than they were before, in part because of AI models being really good at finding vulnerabilities. So you got to make sure you're working with people that know what they're doing there. Awesome. Okay, so there's a couple of things about agents that I think are important to understand or to think through. So in my opinion, the biggest question that's going to come up about agents over the next couple of years is basically how much agency are you willing to give your agents? So on the one hand, you've got giving your agents almost no ability to do whatever they want. It's all human control. And on the other hand, is you're giving the AI agency to do whatever the hell it wants. And so I'll give you some examples along this continuum so you can kind of get a picture in your head of sort of where these different pieces are. And then I'll give you some examples about why this stuff matters. So on the more human control side, we have a product called Proton PIM. Basically what it does is it helps you organize and manage and collect data for all your products. So basically you can have a perfect item for every product, perfect record for every product, and organize your taxonomy, the whole thing. So it sort of solves the product data problem that we have in distribution. And the out of the box mode on this gives 100% human control. So basically, the AI goes out, it does the research on the product you're talking about, it comes back and says, here are the set of attributes, here's the description, here's the image. Do you approve? Like, I'm not going to do anything until you approve this is right. That is the most human control. There's a setting on that product that allows you to give the AI more control, where basically if the AI thinks it's done a good enough job, you just auto approve it. We'll talk about why that's actually critical for unlocking ROI from these systems. In the middle is what we call internally agentic Scrum. So basically, we develop software for a living. We've got a sizable engineering team that's working on writing code across all the different products that we build for distributors. And AI turns out is really, really, really good at writing code. And so as the models have gotten better, we had to totally change our development process to take full advantage of the AI models. And so we rebuilt our development process around what we're calling agentic Scrum. Other companies have different terms for it, but basically it's a process by which we develop software. We went from 5-person teams to like literally 1-person teams. The 1-person team is now outputting more than the 5-person team was outputting before. It's amazing. It's been like a total transformation for our business. And the way we've done that is by giving AI more control. So we have AI that helps us plan the feature. We have AI that actually builds the feature. We have AI that reviews the code. And basically the software developer, instead of writing all the code themselves, is now managing agents that are writing all the code, which by definition means not every line of code is like reviewed by a human being. So we are giving some control to the AI. Now we've got AI that's checking the AI, that's checking the AI. So there's sort of all these different pieces that we built around it to make sure that things don't get out of control. And what we've seen is that we've been able to increase our output per engineer by 5 to 10x, and the number of bugs has not really gone up. So we're shipping way more for customers, and we haven't really the defect rate has not gone up. So we've given AI more control under the right parameters. I think if you want to unlock value from AI, you've got to get to that level of automation, which you can do, for example, in PIM, where you say, hey, I'm not going to review every attribute of every item. If the AI thinks it's good enough, I'm going to roll with it. And you can set certain criteria of certain items. You don't want that to happen, whatever. But basically, if you don't give the AI some level of agency, you can't actually get an ROI from it, right? So if I had AI writing every line of code, and then I had my people reviewing every line of code, I would have seen a 30% improvement in my output. 30% is good, but it's not transformational. The only way to get transformational outcome is to give the AI sort of more ability to operate. Now, the farthest extreme is Maltbot or Claudebot, which is amazing, an amazing agent that you probably saw in the news at some point, and you heard about Maltbook. Maltbook is like the example of the most agency. So basically, Maltbot or Claudebot or whatever, there's a couple different names for it, but basically this is sort of like an AI agent that runs for you personally, and you give it its own email, you give it its own phone number, and it acts like a person. And you can message it, and you can WhatsApp it, and you can Telegram message it, and it just like has unlimited ability to do whatever it wants. Like you can go on the internet and just do random stuff. It can, people give it their credit card. That has not gone well for some people. But basically these things have unlimited, sort of like very little control over them. And someone launched Maltbook, which was like Facebook for AI agents. And the people's Maltbots were going on Maltbook and basically posting like random garbage on there, exposing secrets about their owner or the person who spun them up or whatever. And so basically these are AI agents that are running free, doing whatever they want. To be honest, from a business context, maybe we'll get there eventually. I think we're going to end up finding a lot of value in the middle section where there's some human oversight, but we're not reviewing everything. And I think this Maltbook thing is sort of a little bit too far out there for where the business community can get value today. But I think fundamentally this question of how much agency you give your agents is going to be the most important question to ask, and one of the biggest differentiators between those who get a 5x or a 10x improvement in productivity from AI and those that just get a 20% improvement. Okay, another thing to think about when it comes to AI agents, and I'm realizing we are tight on time here, is remembering the peanut butter sandwich principle. So maybe you've done this exercise with your kids or something, but basically the way the peanut butter sandwich exercise works is you are sitting with your kid and you tell your kid to take, you have a tub of peanut butter, a knife, and a piece of two pieces of bread, and their job is to instruct you on exactly how to make a peanut butter sandwich. So, your kid will probably say something like, "Dad, it's obvious. Just take the peanut butter and put it on the bread, and then put the two pieces of bread together." So you're going to follow the instructions. You pick up the jar of peanut butter, you put it on the bread, and then you put the jar of peanut butter between the two pieces of bread, and your kid's going to be like, "What? Then obviously you need to use the knife. You need to unscrew the lid and put the knife in the peanut butter jar, and then pull the peanut butter out, and then spread it." So the point is, the AI models, AI agents, kind of work the same way as you do when you're playing the peanut butter sandwich game with your kid, which is you follow the instructions like as directed. And so if you don't give the model good instructions and give it the right context to do the job, in the beginning, you're going to get like bad results from that. And sometimes people get discouraged by this. And I mean, I had this experience with my dad. He writes a newsletter for his company, and I was saying, dude, you don't need to write this whole thing by hand. He's got 2,000 employees, whatever. He writes this newsletter. He spends all day on Sunday writing this newsletter, which is a whole separate story. But he types into the agent, "Write my newsletter." And guess what? The thing comes back with like a crappy newsletter because he did not follow the peanut butter principle. He did not think, what does my agent need to know about what I'm trying to accomplish to be able to do the job well? Does it understand that you can use a knife to spread peanut butter? Like you're going to have to explain these things. So this is just something important to keep in mind as you start using agents in your business. If you are not getting the results from the agent that you want, probably you've not given it the right instruction or given it the right tools, because the models now are way certainly smarter than I am. And the reason they're not able to get these things done is because they don't have the right tools, they don't have the right instructions. So this is something to kind of keep in mind. Okay, so how does this all come together? Sort of what's the role of AI agents? And this goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning. The beauty of agents is that they can kind of fit in amongst all this data, and they are going to be the connective tissue that, in my opinion, unlocks a ton of value for distributors. So we've got all this data across our business. Agents, given the right tools, can start to interact across these different systems. So, in our CRM, for example, when you ask the agent to prepare you for a call, it's looking at your customer data. It's looking at your product data. It's looking at your transaction data. It may even be looking at your pricing data to figure out how to do a job for you. And that's really what the unlock is from these agents. Okay, I'll pause here. Questions on this? Okay, great. So I want to talk about a couple of opportunities to turn data into revenue, and then I'll pause at the end for another set of questions. So the first one is meeting prep. So I think it's helpful to think like, okay, if I'm preparing for a meeting, what am I doing? Well, I'm going to pull some sales reports for the account from the ERP. I'm going to export them to a spreadsheet. I'm going to look in the spreadsheet. I'm going to review my handwritten notes or my emails with that customer or my notes in the CRM. I'm going to check if there are any open quotes for that customer. I'll go back to the ERP. I'll look if there are open quotes. I might look at any relevant campaigns or promotions, like do we have a flyer or whatever. And then I'm going to plan where they fit into my route for the day. This process, if done right, can take 15 to 30 minutes to accomplish. Agents can do the same thing. So remember, agents are that connective tissue between all the data that we have as a business. And if they have the right tools, they can do all the things a human can do on a computer. And everything on this page is something a human can do on a computer. So agents can do the same thing. They can scan the ERP and CRM for the accounts that have the most potential revenue. They can pull the order history themselves to figure out where the account growth is. They can use predictive models, predictive analytics models, to figure out what that customer should be buying from you, they're not buying from you, what they should be buying again. They can pull those notes from the prior conversation by looking at the notes that are in the CRM. They can see, does this customer have any open quotes, or have they browsed for anything online? So they can look through the campaigns that we have and figure out, are any of these campaigns relevant to this specific customer? And then they can give you, based on all of that information, clear talking points for exactly what you can talk about when you go in and visit that customer, and of course, sort of plan and optimize your route across multiple visits. And so the point of this is, instead of this being a 30-minute process, it can be a 1-minute process. To be honest, it's probably better than a human spending 30 minutes, the average human spending 30 minutes doing this. And it means that each human can now do more stuff that is high value, high leverage for them, which is to say going and visiting a customer. And so we've seen this play out pretty significantly. We work with a company called Swish. They're a Jansan distributor up in Canada. And you know, they've gone through sort of a large transformation, but a big part of it was this call prep piece. So what we found was that before they were using AI, their reps were only calling on 20 to 30% of their accounts. So there were a lot of accounts that didn't have coverage. And the root cause of that is it was taking a lot of time for reps to prepare for each call. It would take 15 minutes per visit to prepare. And what we were able to do is cut that call prep time down to 1 minute, doing exactly what I just shared, which meant that reps were able to visit more accounts, which ultimately helped the business grow 2.8 times faster than they were growing before. So really, really meaningful acceleration in their growth because they were able to cut down their call prep time, show up in a way that was more proactive, where they were able, instead of just saying, hey, I'm here, I sell janitorial supplies, what can I help you with? They were able to show up with very precise things that they could talk about with those customers. And that made a big impact on the business. A second example is product data enrichment. So at many distributors that we talk to, we've got teams of people that are responsible for maintaining our product data. So we're calling and emailing suppliers for specs about our products. We're searching the internet for documentation or specs. We're drafting marketing copy for the website. We're collecting that in a spreadsheet. Then we upload that into a PIM, or we upload that into our ERP. And then we have to map all the attributes into our taxonomy. So, once we've identified, hey, here are the 10 attributes of this item, we have to make sure that they sort of match into our standard way of talking about items. So, we say inches with IN period, not IN, not inches, IN period. We need to make sure it's consistent, etc. So this is a ton of manual work that people are spending time on today. And, it can take up to 2 hours of human labor to get great data about an item. And if you have, 10,000, 100,000, a million, 10 million items, it can be, extremely expensive to get this data enriched. Contrast that with using AI for this exact use case. So you can have AI do everything that a human would do to enrich the item. So scraping the internet for product specs and images, drafting marketing copy that is tied to your specific company rules. So, we always, we like to write our descriptions in this tone. We want them to be this length. We want them to include this information. We never wanted to include this other information, whatever it is. We want, you need to map that into your existing taxonomy so the AI will actually figure out, okay, cool, this is a length dimension. We always do lengths in inches, so I need to do a unit conversion, and then I need to, label it as IN period. Then, once you have a lot of items, you can actually have AI recommend sort of taxonomy improvements and find duplicate attributes at the same time, and basically sort of give you a cleaned up version, not just of that single item, but of the sort of entire collection of items as more data is coming in. And this is all something AI can do in a matter of seconds, and in parallel. So you could do 50,000 items at one time in one go. Like, you don't need to have a human do each one. And the final example I'll give here is manual quote entry, which oftentimes takes a lot of time. The request comes in, you have to match the products to your catalog, you have to verify, do we have inventory, you have to get pricing for it. If you don't have the item, you have to find a substitute for the item. Then you have to compile the quote and send the response back to the customer. What you can do is automate, again, this entire process. So going from the upload comes in, the AI picks it up, it automatically matches to your catalog, automatically pulls the substitutes, automatically checks the ERP for inventory and pricing, finalizes the list, compiles the quote, and if you want, it can send it, or you can just have it as a draft for the rep to approve. We've seen this be a massive time saver. We have customers who have teams of tens, or in some cases hundreds of people, who all they do is enter quotes and enter orders, and we've helped them dramatically cut down the time it takes to do that, which means they're faster to respond, which means their quote conversion rate increases, and their cost to quote goes down. So it's a pretty meaningful impact. I'll pause here for questions on these three use cases. Cool. Okay, so I want to leave you with this, and then I'll open it up for sort of a final set of questions. I think the way to think about sort of AI is thinking about sort of this new era of software that we've entered. So, you know, in the 90s, the 2010s, we had software that stored information. That's, think about, you know, Oracle and Salesforce and sort of all the big software companies today. They're all software that is basically a database for information, a digital Rolodex. Then we had software that made suggestions, so sort of building on the predictive analytics concept. And that's where, when I started the company, that was really the era of software that we were in, was making predictions. So using data to figure out what a customer should be buying from us and making recommendations to sellers, or recommendations to our purchasing team, or whatever it is. Now we've entered a new era, which is that we have software that acts on your behalf. And I just gave you 3 examples of software that doesn't just suggest things, doesn't just store things, but actually does something on your behalf. This, in my opinion, is totally transformational, is a new era, and something that we should all be thinking about. So as you think about the sort of framework of what's happening with AI, in my view, the thing we should all be focused on is, I'm trying to find software, AI, that acts on my behalf, and that will be the thing that unlocks the most value in our businesses. And the way to do that is to think about building sort of a shared context of our data. So this goes back to the beginning. You know, we've got all these different systems, our CRM system, our PIM system, our ERP system, that all have data that's kind of separated. If we want to unlock the value of AI, we need to move to a model where we have shared context, where we have data from all these systems pulled into one place. We have one shared learning layer. So that's the predictive analytics that are figuring out what a customer should buy, what a customer should reorder, you know, what we should be purchasing. That shared learning layer plugs into all of our applications, and then we have an agent that sits on top of that can actually do stuff for us. And in all the examples I gave you, the agent needs to access information in many different systems. And so in order for us as distributors to unlock the value of AI, we have to think about moving to a world that looks more like the right-hand side of the screen and less like the left-hand side. Otherwise, it's very hard to get the agents to really do what you want them to do. And the dream state is that agents unlock connecting all of our systems together, which is really what will allow agents to take work off of our people's plates and really allow us to scale our business in a way that means we can have more revenue per employee. That's the key thing. So once you unlock this, you can end up in a world where you can bend the productivity curve. So instead of having a linear relationship between headcount and productivity, we can have a nonlinear relationship. We don't need to add as many heads to get a much bigger boost in productivity. So with that, I know we have just 5 minutes left. I think that's really the promise, and really what makes AI so exciting today is the promise of being able to bend the productivity curve. And we've seen that with the use cases I described today. There are distributors that are using all of those use cases today at scale, getting real value from them, and they're seeing they're able to bend the productivity curve by leveraging this kind of technology. So I'll pause here for questions with the last couple minutes. And by the way, if you have a question you don't want to ask now, or you want to chat more, feel free to reach out to me. My email is benj@proton.ai. Just send me a note. This is like, I live and breathe this stuff all day, so very excited about it. So any other questions?
You have one in the chat, Ben.
All right. Let's see. Can you talk a little bit about how agents can be trained to minimize errors? We all know AI can hallucinate or respond in strange ways. How do you prevent that from happening in a quote or a PO? Yeah, great question, Bill. So the reason AI hallucinates is, well, sort of, they're probabilistic models, blah, blah, blah. The actual rate of hallucination is fairly low if you use the AI correctly and you give it the correct information. So you really get in trouble. I'll tell a quick story. So I had a friend who was building some software for her grandmother for her birthday, and her grandmother is an author, and she wanted to have a chat bot where she could ask the chatbot questions and it would cite her grandmother's books. And she called me and she said, "This thing is not working. It keeps making up the chapter titles." And I said, "Oh, well, that sounds like a problem, but no offense to you, it's probably your fault." And she's like, "What do you mean? The AI is making it up. The AI is no good." Now, I went and I looked at the code to help her out, and what I found was that she was giving it an instruction that was like, make sure you tell us the chapter title, but the data she gave the model did not include the chapter titles. So the AI was like stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like, on the one hand, it's getting told you need to give a chapter title. On the other hand, it doesn't have the data to give the chapter title. So what happens is it makes it up. So the way to minimize and avoid hallucinations and errors like that is to make sure you have the system set up correctly to have all the right information, so that it can search the inventory, so that it can get the right price. It can get the, if it needs to add a PO number, we need to make sure we provide the PO number, or make sure that's in the input. We need to make sure. So having the right tools around these models is really the way to minimize the hallucinations. The other thing you can do is have agents that check your work. So, if there's a 1% chance at any time that you're going to get a hallucination, the chances of getting 2 hallucinations in a row with 2 separate agents, one that's doing it and one that's checking it, goes down to very, very small chances, right? If you have 2 agents that independently have a 1% chance of making a mistake, and the probability of both of them making a mistake is extremely, extremely low. And so if you have the right tools and you have agents that are checking the work, that's a really good strategy. And of course, you can have a person check it. And this goes back to the sort of like, how much do we give the agents to do themselves versus not? I hope that answers the question. And feel free to chat back if it doesn't. Then the next one, can you talk about the specific infrastructure needed to support the 3 specific use cases? Yeah, so in terms of those use cases, all 3 of them can be done with the infrastructure you probably already have. So all 3, again, they're things that are close to what we do. So if you wanted to get those use cases done, if you started working with us, you have everything you need. Like, you need an ERP system. That's pretty much it. If you have a PIM system, great. But as long as you have an ERP, you can start to do all 3 of the use cases that I described. And so, if you work with the right partner, it's fairly straightforward to be able to implement those use cases on top of the infrastructure that you already have. You do not need. This is not like buying another ERP to make this kind of thing work. Excellent. Awesome. Well, I hope this was valuable. Feel free to reach out to me anytime, and I hope that I delivered on the promise of giving you at least one practical use case for AI in your business that you could do something with today. So appreciate the time.
Thanks, Benj. That was awesome.
Thank you, Benj, so much.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Benj.
Have a good afternoon, everyone.